Welcome back. We are live once again. For anyone who is new here on the YouTube side of things, let me go ahead and show you what we got. We are working on a survival-ish game. A little bit more of a... I don't even know. I guess I'll keep calling it survival. Recently, we did a little bit more environment art just for this demo. Because in the end, we're going to be doing procedural. We're not going to be doing pre-built maps. But in this game, the idea is, ignore my terrible hand model. The idea is that you are going to be managing this forest, clearing out sections, making them cozy, habitable, all of that. You can, oops, let's get some wood. You can build, which includes building your base. You can craft, which includes, if I put down a crafting bench here, you can craft at the items that the crafting bench allows, or there's the basics. Right now, the basics kind of just includes everything. But we will change that, obviously. There's going to be different tiers, so you could have a tier 2 crafting bench or something like that. You can pick up your interactables. You can place them down. This is a box. We've got an inventory. We also have a placeables system where you can place either on the ground if it's a box like that, or you can place on the wall if it's a like this wall lantern. And then you have ceiling-based ones, which I can't place on the ground, so I would have to find a ceiling somewhere. So real quick, I will build a ceiling to show how that works. Goes here, and then it kind of snaps to wherever. I noticed that these lights, they're all spotlights, which is kind of good. We kind of need that. But they don't really do much as far as lighting goes. Like, spotlights are really good performance-wise, I think. Whoops. Looks like I have, my sound on there. Okay, let me post these links in the Discord. But yeah, maybe I should do Omni lights for those. I just know that you're gonna end up having a lot of lighting, and then it's like, what do you do with that? Confirm. Publish that. Perfect. And of course I can turn off shadows for a lot of lights, but okay, we have this Omni light for the torch. These the heat on the torch, these go up way too much. We're gonna do 0.2, 0.4. And on this, we can do a spread at like 2, I guess. Maybe 0.6. Does this have radial? Yeah, let's do like 0.2. Negative 0.2. And then tangential, we'll do negative 0.2 and 0.2, I guess. This way it mostly just goes up. These sparks need a need to be further down. They also need to have a different position. We're gonna do We can still do sphere. We're just going to do like 0.1. Fire pit still looking good, I hope. Yes. Sparks. Let's see how this looks. We can also come up with a icon for it, because right now, as you can see, wood torch just looks like a log. Okay, I'm not a huge fan of this look yet. What if the heat, we bump the amount up to like 30, and then time we do like 0.4 or like 0.2. Let's try this. Okay, that's not bad. I think I like that better. There's still a lot of them, so let's do like 0.1. Maybe we do like 20, and we could do like 0.2 maybe. Kind of trails a bit too much. Let's do 0.15, 0.16, sure. That's not bad. Okay, I don't mind that. It's not perfect yet, but maybe we can adjust the speed at which it goes up now. Oh, we got an ad starting in 3 minutes, just a heads up. Let's try that. Honestly, not bad. I'll take it for now. Okay, let's make an icon for it, and then we need to make sure we're staying on track so we won't do too much. Save as wood torch icon. Okay. Now what we can do, okay, we have these colors. Let's do this up here. Okay. And then grab this. And what is this? B. Okay, I am B. Okay, something like that. Okay, and then we go here and we do Shift O for outline. Okay, and then we can do I, grab this, go here, and we can do a little bit of a that'll work. Oops. Okay, and then we can export this wood torch icon. Awesome. We can go back in here. Go to our torch resource, grab our torch icon, toss that in there. Now this should look a little better in our inventory. There we go. Obviously, still placeholders. Sam, what's up? How you doing, man? Is that Godot? Yes, this is Godot. Godot is really the only engine I've used. I remember I tried like Unity a long time ago, but otherwise I've pretty much only used Godot. And I just enjoy it, so I've just stuck with it. But yeah. Okay. I think we got the vibes of the forest pretty close, even though we really haven't done much besides add some grass, these trees, and like a little bit of pre-built terrain. Plus some sounds, I guess. So what should we work on? I think the save system is we need that, because it's just it's a bit too much to do this, to go any further without having some sort of saving in there. Here, BRB, I'm gonna grab a Red Bull. Yeah, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself before I build in something like the save system, especially since I don't really know what I'm doing when it comes to saving. Because the moment this project is already getting fairly complicated and we're only like a week in. Ooh, why am I still able to see that? Torch, what kind are you? Gather? No. Equipable name. Interesting. I didn't actually set anything for this, but things still work. Wood torch. Quick load. Torch, wood torch resource. These have animations, but the hammer does not. Okay. I don't think that animation is needed. Let me see if that fixed what I was doing. I don't think so, but yeah, I switched to this and I can still see my build preview, so. What we're gonna do is go to our set current, is it set current tool? Equipable type equals build. Then we do toggle build state true. Oh, and then we do if current tool equals null. Then we do this. I mean, we could just do current tool dot type is equal to equipable does not equal, sorry, equipable type build. Then we do toggle build state false. Why do I prefer Godot instead of Unity? Like I said, I haven't really even used Unity. I used it like way back in the day a tiny bit, but that was before I even really knew how to do game development at all. But I just started using Godot. I do like Godot for certain like sides of it. Like I like the node system. I like how lightweight it is. Like I know Unity and Unreal and stuff are a little bit more they just are bigger, more bulky software. So Godot is nice because it's super lightweight. But I mean, it does have its issues. Like Godot is not as well developed or not as far along in its development, and it doesn't have as many resources, not nearly as many resources as something like Unity when it comes to like plugins and tutorials and all that. But I just enjoy the workflow of Godot. I really like it, especially for the types of projects that I'm working on, which are mostly low poly. So I don't need crazy performance. You can still get good performance out of Godot if you're smart with it. And yeah, I enjoy working within it. But do I have a game that I've published? Not yet. So I've been doing game development for like 2 years, learning it. So I don't have anything that has really even come close. I keep quitting projects, which is probably fine because I've been able to learn a ton in the past couple years because I keep switching projects and jumping into whole new systems and all that. But this year, I really want to try to have something on Steam, which would be at least a demo for this game that I'm currently working on. Which this is very early. We're only like a week and a half in. I'm pulling a lot of stuff over from my other plugins that I've made. So like the build system and all that comes from one of my plugins that I built, and like my inventory comes from that as well. So I'm only a week in, but I have some, like the build system was already built and all that, so. But yeah, like, you also like Godot. Yeah, it's just a good, I just enjoy working with it. Oh, I need to test this. Okay, so I'm here, and then I switch to that. Okay, nice. Build state is no longer there. That's nice and cozy. I just like these little fires. And I like this torch. It's shaping into something. The hand, of course, needs to be fixed. It's ugly. I almost want to go. Let's open recent. Let's go to our right arm. Go to edit mode. We're literally just gonna go here. Okay, what happens when I do that? Does it break everything? Okay, now it's just an empty fist, basically. I'm fine with that. That works. Somehow looks better still. Okay. Where's our actual, okay, right arm is right here. What happens if we do that? Okay, sure. That works. It's all still placeholder. All right. Now, whoops. Okay, each savable object, I'm just reading through my notes here. We have a couple videos here. We also have the Godot one that we should probably look at. And we should honestly probably watch the whole thing. Each, whoops, savable object that the player can add to the map in the game will have some sort of save load function maybe. When it gets initiated, it adds to a group called persistent, and then when we save, we loop through that and save whatever data needs to be saved from that. Data could be a dictionary, has name, node path, data, blah, blah, blah. Add that dictionary to an array of save data dictionaries, and when we load the game, it loops through and creates all of those, potentially, yeah. For generated objects, this is for when we have procedural generation. We can add those objects to a chunk array that keeps track of all the objects in the chunk. That gets generated, then populates, and then when you change one of those objects, it saves the change. So then when you regenerate it, edits that, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. This video was good. This was not using JSON. JSON is probably actually what I would still want to use. But let's go here. And let's see what Godot has to say, because Godot is a great channel.
You will eventually come to the point where you want to add a system for saving and loading games.
We've watched
Implementing saving and loading can be surprisingly difficult though. So we are going to explore how we can save all relevant information from our game and load it back reliably. We are also going to have a look at some techniques to make sure that our saved games still work even if we make changes to our game. Mm-hmm. This is an intermediate level tutorial, To make the most out of it, you should be familiar with the basics of the Godot engine, like side-scrolling underwater game. The player controls a little submarine and needs to make it to the exit of the level.
Okay, we're gonna speed this up a little bit.
Right now, that's all the game does.
Yeah, I guess
but we will
can,
add more stuff later. We're not going to get into a lot of detail on how this was made, because this is a video about saving and loading.
But we'll probably skip through a lot of I know the early stuff is kind of the simplified saving, which we won't want to use.
But if you want to have a deeper look
also,
inside...
real quick, saving and loading. Let's take a look at the docs here and just see what's like standard, basic. Advanced save game system should allow for additional information about an arbitrary number of objects. This will help the save function to scale as the game grows more complex. Yes. Identify what objects we want to keep between game sessions and what information we want to keep from those objects. For this tutorial, we will use groups to mark and handle objects to be saved, but other methods are certainly possible. Yep. Start by adding objects we wish to save to the persist group, either through GUI or through script. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna double up on my nicotine real quick. I need to be able to think. Identify what objects we want to keep. Okay. Oh yeah. We will start by adding objects we wish to save to the persist group. We can do this. Okay, we already said that. Okay, we do this. Once this is done, we need to save the game. Once this is done, when we need to save the game, we can get all the objects to save them and then tell them all to save with this script. Okay. Get tree, get nodes, and group persist. Okay. Serialize the data, okay. Makes it much easier to read from and store to disk. In this case, we're assuming each member of the group persist is an instance node and thus has a path. GD script has a helper class JSON to convert. Between dictionary and string, our code needs to contain a save function that returns this data. Save function will look like this. Save. Okay. Okay, this has a bunch of stuff. Position X, position Y. So these are not supported by JSON. It's fine. I think JSON is still what we want to do. I mean, using resources is also fine. People just talk about the security risks. Maybe it's not that big of a deal. I don't know. We will see. This gives us a dictionary with the style variable name, value of variable, which will be useful when loading. Okay. Parent, get path. File name, get files, or scene file path. Okay. It's covered in the file system tutorial. we will need to open a file so we can read to it or write to it or read from it. Now that we have a way to call our groups and get their relevant data, let's use the class JSON to convert it into an easily stored string and store them in a file. Doing it this way ensures that each line is its own object, so we have an easy way to pull the data out of the file as well. So each line is its own object. Okay, sweet. So, it is kind of annoying that I won't be able to just save, like that it has to be in JSON, doing it like the more secure way. This can be called from anywhere inside the tree. This function is path independent. Go through everything. Why is this? Oh, okay. Yeah. So I can call it from anywhere. Yeah, because it goes through the tree. Okay, persistent node is not an instance scene. Check the node is an instance scene. Okay. Check the node has a save function. Node.call save. So this is node data. This is the dictionary, right? Return saved dictionary. Okay. Then JSON string equals stringify the node data. Then we do save file store line JSON string. Okay. Now to load, we'll read each line. Use the parse method to read the JSON string back to a dictionary. Then iterate over the dictionary to read our values, but we'll need to first create the object so we can use the file name and parent values to achieve that. One thing, we have this parent system in our build. Where's our build? Base builder. We have place new structure and place component, which has parent node. Let's go here. Let's look for place component. We're just doing global.main. Okay, so the parent is just global.main. None of them have, they aren't children of the structure. Deconstruct component. Deconstruct structure. We erase. If structure.children.size, okay, less than 0, less than or equal to 0, then we deconstruct the structure. Okay, just double checking and making sure things are the way I thought they were. Okay. Read this back into a dictionary, iterate it, blah, blah, blah. Okay, load game. If we don't have one, we can throw an error or something. Save nodes equals get tree.get nodes in group persist. Revert the game state so we're not cloning objects. Okay. Yeah. So we need to delete all of the ones that are persistent. Save file equals file access.open, file access.read. While get position is less than the length, okay. So line by line, yep. Save file.getLine. JSON string equals save file.getLine. Okay. JSON equals JSON.new. Then we do parse result. JSON.parse. If not parse result, okay. Okay, so if there's an error, JSON parse error. Node data equals JSON.data. We load the node data file name. Okay. New object. This is loading the actual scene. Dot instantiate. Okay. Is node data okay, node data is JSON dot. Oh, JSON string is the line. Parse result. Wait, node. Okay, node data is just the JSON. It's not even the JSON string. I'm trying to figure out how this is working here. From the JSON object, is that the entire file? Now we set the remaining variables, okay. No, node data is obviously per node, right? And we set their position there. We're setting their position there, and then we just ignore it here. And then we set all the data from it. JSON file size is big. We definitely don't really want to do that because our file sizes could get pretty big. But I also don't care about how we do our saving right now. Like, it does not have to be, we can rebuild it later. I don't care. I just kind of want to have something working. Binary serialization. I don't know what any of this is. Produce smaller files, handle most data types, requires less custom logic. Okay. Note that not all properties are included. Okay. So resources, obviously. What is resource saver and resource loader? I've seen them before. provide extra type safety. Resources shouldn't be used since it allows code. Okay. Config file and S string to var also allow code execution. Okay. Save format. It's clickbait. Let me see. We got an argument in here. Nice. Inherently more work than JSON binary once you realize that their main appeal is that you can save them to file with one line of code rather than 3 to 5 lines. You need to specify every variable in a resource. In JSON, you just dump an arbitrary dictionary. You can use dictionaries in a resource, but at that point, you're not really using the resource for anything other than wrapping a dictionary. True. Not even truly using resources, because that would mean you're making a new resource for every game object that needs saving. Needless to say, it's just more work. Okay. Security issues. Saving games as scenes is a Hail Mary when you have very little control over what's saved, how it's saved, and what's not saved. Okay. Nodes loaded from a scene file have no guarantee of working property or storing their entire state. Okay, cool. Scene-based saves essentially means that the game updates will never work because your player is running a full copy of an older version of the scene. Okay. Game saves made with resources might not be backwards compatible if you change anything in the save structure. Ah, you cannot change it in updates. That's true. This is all kind of long-term stuff. I can always break my save system and, yeah, rebuild. Okay. Well, I've read this at least, and we can try something like this. Now, was this need to save? We can get all the objects to save them and tell them all to save with the script. So the save function will look like this, and then we're doing our stuff here. Okay. Let us attempt this. General scripts. Save and load. Sweet. let us attempt this. So, okay. First thing we are going to do is this is save game. This is load game. Get nodes and persist. Okay. This is a file access. Okay. This is a variant, I guess. This returns a string. Gotta fix all of these. Array of node. Save file is a file access, I believe. Yeah. JSON string. This is a string. JSON, which is a JSON. Okay. Parse result. This should be a string, right? Oh wait, no, returns an error. Okay. I've never used that before. This is just a variant, I guess. We gotta do all this typing. Node data dot keys. What is keys? This is a string. Okay. We're gonna call, I guess, just make this a global. Save and load, add. Okay, close. Okay, so we have this stuff in here now. And we're gonna do position and like rotation. Is a little bit annoying, but okay. Get nodes in group persist. Okay, let's do our we will do our fire pit, okay? Groups. Global group. I believe global is what we want. Okay. Okay, we need to save the object, blah, blah, blah. Now if I go to my script, let's close all. Go to our save and load. Okay, we have save game. This is going to go in user, save game. Save game dot save, sure. We will figure this out in save nodes. So save nodes, okay, blip. Node seed file path is empty, okay. Has method save. Okay, let's see what it wants. Save dict. Okay. Okay. File name and parent. Okay, we have that. Position X. This is because of we're doing JSON, so we can't do that. Position X, position Y, and then we can do a POS Z. Okay, so we have position X, position Y, position Z, file name and parent. I guess we need and I think all of these need to be global position. X, Y, Z, let's do that like that. Keep it consistent. Okay, save. Save and load. Goes through all of these. Okay, if it's not an instance, okay. If it has the method, sweet. Then we call save. Okay, cool. Stringify, and then we store that line. Load game. Print. No save game to access. Obviously, we're going to do save slots, so this won't be... It won't just be one. We need to revert the game state, so we're not cloning objects. Perfect. Get tree, blah, blah, blah. Save nodes, i.queue_free. Okay. Then we open this. Then we're doing all of this. Okay. Node data dot global position. It's going to be a vector 3. Node data global rotation. Going to be rotate on the X, Y, and Z. Okay. Okay, if it's parent X, okay. Okay, okay, so now it's like, all right, if it's file name parent or the position XYZ or rotation XYZ, then we ignore it. Okay, now, when I play a game, if I press escape, nothing happens. Good. Okay. Toggle main. All right, let's just do escape. Then we can go to here. We can do a control node. Main menu. One thing I should do is make sure our full menu does not start out visible. Okay. Okay, now we can see this. So main menu. First of all, this can be in the center. We can do a panel container. Inside of this, style box flat. Okay, cool. We do a VBox container. And then 2 buttons. Actually 3. Save game. Load game. Exit. Whoops, that's load game. This one here is save game. Save game. Cool. Exit. Okay, cool. Panel container. We need some expand margins. Let's do 10, 10, 10, 10. Let's give ourselves a background color of something slightly greenish and slightly see-throughish. Let's give ourselves a corner radius 5, 5, 5, 5. Let's give ourselves a border. Main menu there. This panel container should be centered. Okay. Then we have scene manager. This is where we had this stuff. So save path. In our save and load, we have all of this, but what we could do is or we could have save path be set when you save. Eventually. Okay, save game. When we press on this, we connect that. Okay. Load game, button down, connect. Exit, button down, connect. This is just going to be get tree.quit. Okay, and then I'm just going to do a function input. Menu dot visible equals not main menu dot visible. Nope, not visibility changed. Vidar, what's up, man? How you doing? We are trying the difficult task of getting my saving working, like saving games, so then it doesn't blow away all the changes you made in the game the moment you quit. Okay, so right now I'm just making a quick menu. Okay, there's a tiny menu. I forgot I need to make the cursor show up. By the way, Vidar, if you want to see what we've been able to do recently, we've done a little bit of work on the look of the game. Here, let me give myself some items. So this is all, it's not procedurally generated yet. This is all just hand placed, but we're getting the vibe, you know. We've got some dust particles from the forest in the air. We've got our little fire here. You can actually pick these up, put them in your inventory. You can, you know, build. You might have already seen that. Let's see here. We've got a little stream here. We've got things like crafting bench that you can open up. This pistol obviously is not going to be in the actual game. It's just a little placeholder. But then you have two different tabs. One is your basic crafting, and then when you open a crafting bench, it'll open this tab, which will eventually have like special items that you can craft only at the crafting bench. Whereas your basic ones, you can kind of craft anywhere. Yeah, and then we've got, you know, just the placeable system in general. We've got inventory system here. I can put stuff in a box. I can pick the box back up. I'm going to go into flight mode real quick, and I'll place just kind of show you, like, the look of how I'm kind of assuming it's going to go. Oh, you can't place foundations connected to this. Interesting. But yeah, you're going to be kind of building out in the forest, building your own little Rivendell, you know? Here with Ben Helms. Hey, what's up, Ben? How you doing, man? Look sick? Thanks. Yeah, it's coming together. Like, this is really only like a week or so of work so far. I am using plugins that I already made in the past, so my build system I had already built before as a plugin. But like, it's getting there. If I do like ceiling, I'll show you kind of what we have. I'll craft up a little fire pit so I can see here. But we have like, let's see here. I'll do this. We have quite a bit here. Put a doorway here. We'll do windows, or let's just do walls on the bottom. Doorway here. But then we can do, like, you know, our ceilings. We can really start building a home, you know, which is really cool. Throw some walls up here. We'll do windows right here. And then we can do like wood angled roofs, which I really like the look of these. There is some glitchiness with them. If I remember right, there's some alignment issues I need to work on, but not too worried about it. But we can, whoops, deconstruct that. And craft another fire pit. Where did that go? Okay. But you'll see from a distance, as I fly over here real quick, things start looking really cozy. That looks a little wonky because there's no foundation, so technically the whole house is supported by that little bridge thing going across. But we will figure out some way of, I'm not trying to make it too realistic, but maybe in like that kind of situation, I don't want the house to just be floating there. But like, it's already looking cozy, you know? Pull out my little torch here. We've got some water here. But yeah, it's getting there. I want it to be where you can pretty much, if you know Lord of the Rings, like, I want you to basically be able to build Rivendell in this game, which will include adding a lot more options for materials, building materials. Right now it's just wood. But yeah, I think these roofs were having issues, but now that I'm looking at it, this kind of seems fine. Everything seems aligned. Okay. If we run into it again, we can fix that. We'll do a window here, wall. But currently, the moment I leave this, the moment I quit the game, nothing will be saved. And so that is what we are working on now. Let's put some light in here. Not a fan of how these spotlights work. They only light up the ground. Like, they don't really light themselves up at all. So I might have to use Omni lights there instead, but keep doing what you're doing, man. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this development here because it's been a while since I've been able to build consistently. And now that I'm settled here in Finland, I can actually do that. And already the progress is just really good, so I'm very happy. Yeah, but unfortunately, the moment I quit, everything disappears. So, all right. I'm gonna do a quick if main menu dot. Oh, come on. Main menu dot visible is equal to true. Then we're gonna go input dot mouse mode equals input dot mouse mode visible. Then we're gonna do else. Grab this line, paste that there, and we're gonna do mouse mode captured. Okay, now we should be able to see if our main menu actually works. Okay, we can still move like this, which obviously we don't want, but who cares? I can press exit and it quits. Okay, nice. Let's see where else we are using this so then we can tell. Toggle inventory. Toggle build menu. Then we say UI state closed. Full menu dot visible equals value. We're doing UI state inventory open. Where is our input actions? We've got do we have where is this? UI state. We have so many of these input action things. Do you want to show the other Ben the other game fast? Yeah, for sure. Let me do a quick tour. So I have a couple ones. I have the little one that isn't very like well developed yet. Like it doesn't have a real game around it. And then I have the other one that has building and survival elements, but that I ditched a while back, and now I'm kind of remaking it in this new project. But I'll show you the Jank Jam one first, which is this one here, which is a lot more just based on the visuals. There wasn't really a game idea here. It was more the visuals of it. Because basically, you're this little cube of energy who lives on a tiny planet. And you can teleport to other big planets where the original idea was you were going to be able to watch stories unfold. You weren't really even going to play the game as much as just experience it. But this little hub world has some creatures on it, like this little grass bro here. He likes to dig himself up. He's one of the first creatures I ever made in any game, and I pull him into every project. We've got these guys, these rock golem dudes. But yeah, planet. I've got that atmosphere, which is really sick. That comes from a plugin that I found. But the idea in this game is you just kind of like transport to a new world. And so like this was one of the only world that I had started working on, really, where you teleport in and suddenly you are in the middle of a big battle. And I was going to have it where you're like following some characters through the battle or something like that. Like these tanks or some mechs. You can see there's spaceships getting blown to pieces up above. You have tanks fighting on the ground. You have auto turrets just blasting off this thing right there. Cool settings. Basically what I was going to do is every world that you teleport to is a whole new setting, completely different place, and you follow a story throughout it, and you just kind of watch things happen. The problem is it was going to be really, really time-consuming to build. like just super time consuming, because all it is story and animations and simulations, which is just a lot of work. And so I decided I was not going to. But I still really like the look of this. And I like these creatures. I'm going to grab these guys for the new project, these rock golems, because I love the look of them. Yeah, they're just chill dudes. And then I had my other project. Lunar, what's up in the Twitch chat? How's it going? Different game. Yeah, that's a previous one. I'm doing a little tour real quick. Reuse the auto turrets to shoot some corruption in the forest. Yeah, I think I actually do want to reuse those, but they just wouldn't really fit in this game. But I love those auto turrets. Like, I could definitely do something with them. This here was my previous survival game, Vidar, and Ben. This is very much a prototype as well. I'll grab this stuff. It has a lot of the same stuff that my current project has. It's just when I built these, I wasn't as good at making the systems, so it didn't quite work as well. Okay, let me do a quick toggle time 1, toggle time. Okay. So the idea in this game, you can see there's a lot of the same like stuff in here. It's just not as well put together. There's a lot of icons missing. Where's my axe? There we go. Hammer right here. I'll do that. But like you have building. The building pieces themselves don't look quite as good because I didn't spend as much time on them. But they're not bad. You have like a doorway that you can open. But this game was going to be all about the creature that you are building your base on top of. So you can build your base anywhere, but you have this guy right here that walks around, this giant creature that you have your house on top of. And I'm still going to incorporate him into the new project. I just got to figure out how. There are some problems, like he just glitched me off right there. And he got stuck. So as you can see, it's not perfect, but I'm going to have to figure out how to incorporate him because I love the idea of having a mobile base. Oh, you just glitched me off again. Kidding me, man? There we go. Okay. Put some light in here. But yeah, I just love the idea of having a mobile base. And then you were going to go from, island to island, and you were going to chop down trees, gather resources, tell your base to come over, go hit some rocks, grab some rocks. Change it to a frog. Ooh, the auto turret? That actually would be sick. But yeah, like just having a mobile base would be awesome. I had like crafting and stuff in this, but a lot of the icons, once again, are missing just because I accidentally deleted a bunch of them. We had some random flying creature that would go around. But yeah, this had potential, but I didn't really know where to go with it. And then if I quit to my project list, we also had my first 3D game that was also going to be way too much work, and so I quit making it. But that was this one here. This is where I learned how to do like my Blender 3D modeling and stuff, and animating, which took a long time to learn, and I'm still not that good at it. Let's go here, cinematic, let's say false. Don't need to watch the whole cinematic. But that was this little project here, which doesn't have any audio. I should have added some audio. But here we have some creatures. I might use those in the new game. We'll see. We just have like a big world. There wasn't really much to do in this. You can technically fight, but my animating skills were not that great. I'll kind of fly over here. You can see the grass creatures again. This is where I first created them, and then ever since then I've just wanted to use them. So if you hit them in this game, that's when they dig down. And then you back up a little bit and they decide that it's safe and they dig themselves out. But this one, it never really, like, I learned a ton on this project. I just didn't really know what to do because it was such a huge project. It was basically going to be like an RPG, which is way too much work for one person, especially doing all the 3D modeling myself. Here's one of the creatures. I like these guys. I'm definitely going to bring them into the new project. They are just a lot of fun to look at. They've got this weird hovering light above their neck, which I imagine is just their consciousness, somehow separate from their body. They almost look like little sheep. But yeah, that's the basic tour of my 3D projects. I have a little bit more random stuff, but this one, the performance on it is terrible. I'm getting like 55 FPS. It's because I have like a billion polygons in the scene and absolutely no optimization at all. Okay, but we are going to run back to our main project where we are working on saving and loading data. We will see if we can get this to work. So we have input actions, unhandled input. Okay, this is for the... Okay, we have this. Which one is global.main? Forest is global.main. Okay. We can do something like player var dot current UI state. We can just do that here. Equals UI state or what's player. We'll just do global. Call it directly. Player var dot current UI state. Nope. Dot UI state. Dot I guess we could do crafting menu open because that's not taken. Then here we can do UI. Closed. UI state, yeah. Let's see if this does it. Thanks, your imagination is wild. Thanks, man. Yeah. We got some cleaning to do, so see you, man. Take care. All right, have a good one, guys. Good to see you. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, hopefully I can show you some more results at some point, but thanks. I appreciate you stopping by. Good to see you guys, man. Okay, so now, sweet. When I open this, it doesn't do that. Okay, exit. On save game button down, now we can do our save and load dot save game. Save and load dot load game. I guess we're just gonna see if this works. Now this goes to user. Where does user save game go? App data. So app data roaming or something. I guess we will see. We will see what happens. When I run this, we'll just see if it works. Okay, I'm gonna pick this up and paste it over here. Go like that. We're gonna go save game. Exit. Okay. Load game. Nice. Okay, it does work. Sick. Not bad. I still do not know where that went, but if I load back in the game, then it should load game. Okay. If I turn that off and I do load game again, save, nice. That's a big relief. Okay, we have that at least. Now we will have to do things like save slots. And then we can probably do something like, so right now Fire Pit just has save. What we'll probably do is give it like a component that saves certain things, I guess. It has certain properties that you can save as maybe exported values or something. Let's go to Scene Manager. Let's do Main Menu 2D. Let's do like 40. We'll just do 40 for all of them. VBox container, our constants, we're going to do 40? No. 20. Grab all of these. We're going to do layout, custom minimum size. Y is going to be 70. 100. No. 120. 140. 200. It's still a little weird because I don't know how my UI scaling is going to work at all. But that already looks better. Okay. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. I will give you this scenic view here. Okay, I'm back. B, what's up? How you doing? Man, it's nice to have that working though, the save. So now I think we just need to find a good way of doing this. Good, that's good to hear. We need a better way of doing this this groups thing. So we have base build component. we could do that. Let's try this and just see if it works. Save game. Then I'm gonna put, I guess, another one over here. Load game. That disappears. Okay, why? Let's look at square ceiling. Global groups persist. Seems like it's in it. Okay. Save game. Let's exit. Load game. Does not do it. Okay. What if we do save there on base build component? Save game. Load game. That deletes it. Oh, duh. I think I can maybe get rid of this again, but let's do we're gonna do this. So our fire pit has this save. Base build component needs save. This is why we should do this in a node, like a component or something, a persistence component. Okay, save game, load game, nice. Okay, it rebuilt it there. Oh, broke. Parent structure. First foundation does not equal null. Ah, okay, okay. We need our structure as well. So we can do something like, well, we can do this. First foundation, that needs to be... First foundation, I guess, yeah. Owners. Owners. Attack, defense, it's just doing like that. Yep, okay. Children. Children. Okay. Do I need to do at tool on these two? Okay, we'll see if how much breaks. We'll go to our base build component. We need to do our like a square. These should all be the same. Okay, structure. Parent connection. And we don't want this in the ready, this build. Let's go to our base builder real quick. Oh no, our stone hammer. This is place new structure, blah, blah, blah. We do play sound, return true, and then we can do dot build, and same with right up here. Oops, that's unreachable. There we go. Okay. So our base structure has a save. We have DSBB Global. total structures. This may cause issues. We'll just see what breaks. Save game. Okay. Load game. Deleted. We're gonna delete that. Stop that, go like this, go like this. Okay, that still plays, nice. Save game. Load game, deletes that. Interesting. None of these connections work anymore. I'm gonna try to switch, update current connections. Parent structure, first foundation component type in accepts, okay. First foundation on base object to type nil, okay. Parent dot structure. Let's set that, I guess. Save game, load game, it still is deleting that. It's on persist. Okay, what am I doing here? My save and load, save game dot save. Let's try to find this. Why can I not figure out where this is? Okay, we're gonna have to figure out where our save data is going. Okay, I think I can do this here. Okay, so it's in my app data. Where did that go, though? All right, let me do this again. Okay, sorry for the hold up. This is just taking a while. Where is my app data folder? Why is it incorrect? Trying to do a search on Windows is impossible. There we go. Ah, nice. It was just hidden before. Okay. That's save system. Okay, where is my actual... Is it going to be under, like, Dark Forest or something? No. Godot? Save game.save. Oh my goodness. There it is. Okay. So we have our position, scene manager, force items, blah, blah, blah. weird. Parent. Oh, that's because that's the items. Yeah, okay. Okay, that makes sense. We have the rotation, blah, blah, blah. We don't have anything else in there. Okay. Now what happens when we place down a structure and save and then open the file? Save game, exit. Square foundation, children, we have 1. Base structure has file name, this is our file name there. But this one doesn't seem to have file name. No, it just has children first. Okay, file name, base structure.tscn. First foundation, square foundation, node 3D. This. Okay, and that ends in 52604. Is there another 52604? That's square foundation. It has it in children, and then it has it as first foundation. But this foundation does not have that. So our foundation is not saving its name, I guess. And then these components need to save their what if we did like name? Then our save and load will do node data. Save that, and then for I equals name. Maybe we could try it this way. Save game. Okay, we get out of that. Go back here, we open it. File name, name fire pit. Name, base structure. No, that's not the actual name. Because we need to keep the, like, unique ID here. Oh, okay, that loaded that back. We don't have any of these anymore. And if I do this, then that breaks it again. Update current connection. Parent does not equal null. So parent does not equal null. Apparently. Okay, no. Parent.structure. First foundation. Structure is null. Okay. Maybe each structure needs to keep track of everything within it. So base structure has children, which is base build component. There's a list of all the base build components. Children, it has this. Okay. 74065, which is right there. First foundation has that. Okay. And then this thing shows up, and the name is just Square Foundation. How to save... Actually, let me do this. I'm gonna go to T3 chat. This code in Godot for saving, but when I load a save, it doesn't save the correct children as nodes because I'm creating new children when I load. What's the best way to keep these relationships between components saved in Godot when doing this? Oh my goodness, this is AI mode. Are you kidding me? Just because it's AI, I just completely forgot. And okay, I just typed into the Google AI instead of T3, but whatever. I mean, I could do resource saving. Or I could save a UID. I'm not sure how to do this. So we have these children. Save the relative node path. When it's rebuilt, it knows exactly what child to look for. Where is first foundation being used? Okay, that's only to see if it's the first foundation. So it's only to do that. That's kind of fine. It's just that the structure itself is null. So what we need is, we need some, okay, here, 1 second, let me see this. Hardeny, sorry, I can't pronounce that, but whatever. Can I ask something? I'm thinking about making my own game after after I took all the assets, ChatGPT, said you must work 2 months on Godot. Personally, I do not confide in 2 months told by ChatGPT. How realistic do you think 2 months is for a demo game and not the finished game? Never downloaded Godot, so thinking about taking a developer for the work. It's possible he will take less than 2 months. Hardy is okay. Okay. It entirely depends on what you're building. 2 months, so I'm only a week and a half into this, but I've been doing development for 2 years, and I pulled in a bunch of, what do you call it? Assets and my plugins. So I'm using plugins that I built before. So all in all, actually, this is probably 3 months work or more. Just considering that. Are you doing 2D or 3D? I mean, 2 months is doable for a demo if it's a small demo. But I think, you can make a game jam demo in a week if you're fast, but... 30 seconds without audio. Oh, is it because of the ads? Let me know when you can, when you're good. Of course, if you can't hear me, then you don't hear me, but 2 months is doable. If it's a game that is doable in 2 months, a demo that's doable, which I know doesn't help much, but audio returned, okay. The demo, if it's a 2D game demo, and or could be 3D, and you're using assets, and you have a programmer who's pretty good, then you could build a demo in 2 months. It just can't be an RPG. It just can't be maybe an RPG if it's a short one, and if the demo is a 10-minute demo or something. Or if it's a multiplayer game, it's probably not going to work in 2 months. If it's I don't know. It's hard to say because I haven't had a demo that I've gotten working in 2 months, but I've been trying to build pretty big projects. So if you're doing something smaller, then maybe. Possibly. Yeah. Okay, this is a list of all the components living in this structure. We could just rebuild from each structure, I guess. Save this list here and then save the data for each one there, or parent equals get parent, okay. Possible, yeah. 15-minute demo, 1 city, 3 spots, all assets, nothing big or super HD 3D. It is possible, yeah. If it's a story game or something, that presents some problems because you have to come up with the story, come up with all the audio, If it's linear, then maybe not as big of a deal, but yeah, it depends on so many things. Either way, still try to build it. 2 months might be way too short. It could turn out that way, or it could be fine. But if it is too short and it actually ends up taking 6 months, that just depends on if you care. If it ends up taking 6 months to build it, ChatGPT can be fairly misleading on time frames, but okay, parent connection is a connection. Then each connection. You know what? I have no idea if this is going to work the way I'm thinking. Okay, I do that. Parent does not equal null. Let's do this. Okay, that broke. Connection.parent.structure.append. Okay, so it is our structure that is having the issue. We have parent. Parent connection is null on this. What is the name of the structure? It's just base structure. Good developer can do it, yeah. Yeah, and just don't rely on ChatGPT for it, yeah. Know where I can find nice developers, leave the dev work to developers without struggling on that. Honestly, I don't know. I've always done my own programming. I don't know. I mean, it also depends. Like, if you're paying, that's one thing. A lot of people will be fine programming for money, of course. If you're not paying, then I can imagine that would be harder to find them. Because a lot of people don't want to work without pay. But I don't actually know. I mean, you can go on like Fiverr or something. And you can probably find Godot devs there. It says to other nodes Godot when saving JSON. Separate the node from its data. Okay, let's take a look at this again. We have all of these. How in the world am I supposed to save these references? I mean, I can save it in a resource, I think, but I guess maybe we go back here.
Right, you can get this whole project from GitHub. There's a link down in the description. For now, we want to save and load the position of the player. And before we...
I want to see... this GitHub. World root. Save game, not new. Level path, get level path. Store player health and position. Resource saver.save. Saved data. Saved game. Saved data is an array of saved data for all dynamic parts. Health of the player position. Okay. This is position and scene path. Man, this is like how do people actually save these relationships between nodes? Godot. The problem is we are creating in our save and load. We're just instantiating a new one, and then we're doing this. Then we're setting these to this node data. If I go to remote, load game, okay. Forest, it should now have base structure, which has a square foundation. Okay, that got added as its parent. but its structure, first foundation is null. Okay. I'm gonna export these and just see if that makes any difference. I remember seeing something about that. Save game, okay. Load game, it deletes that. Oh, and now it's back. And this has, as a child, square foundation, but then this one is not. Structure and parent connection, all of this is null. Parent connection, null. Let's do a node 3D. Or actually just node. Owner. I guess I would just need to save it all within each structure. So there's name, scene file path, unique name in owner. Okay. Okay, we have base structure, base build component. I think what we do is we get rid of this. my example component scenes. Okay, doorway. Nice. Okay, good. I think all of these can be gone. We're going to save that or delete that save file. Now we're going to do some work on trying to... We're going to have to figure out this children and this first foundation thing. Let's see what we're doing with like structure.children. Erase self, this is deconstruct. Because maybe structure.children should just have a an array of dictionaries. How would that work, though? Children has an array, or has an array of dictionaries, which has a name, stuff. When you add it, then you add that. And it should have its own unique name because of that. Then we can find ourselves based on our name. Could be something like this. We have parent. Okay, this is basically the exact same. But what am I trying to do here? This gets returned. Or I just do resources. I mean, it seems like that might be the way to do it. Because this is just going to be annoying. I'm basically going to have to grab my structure. I'm going to need to have an array of dictionaries. And then on ready, what we're going to do is our loop through our dictionary. And reconstruct all of this. But then that has to have parent connections. Wait, where did oh, that's there. This is free floating. I think that was yeah. Man, this is tough. Because basically what we need to do is every base build component would need to be stored in the structure, but then every base build component will need to keep track of all of its connections. Okay, and that gets deleted. Let's take a look, and in our remote, okay, we have base structure 2. Which has no children, has no first foundation, no owners, just has that. Yeah, so it's there. This is going to be something that we got to figure out at some point, but I think the fix is just go to okay, this music is always aggressive. Okay, I think it's just to go to resources.
We do this, let's first have a look at what saving and loading we need, and yeah, we need to be. Let's first into the up to create the file program. This can to and our game dot some binary again. And to load the file again, we first have to open it. Well, we already know how to open a file, so we just can copy this line from up here. But we will change this write to a read because we want to get player dot global position is file dot get var. And
okay, so we have this. This is like the simplest version,
so
right?
let's move the player around a bit and then press load. And it looks like loading the game actually worked. Our player position is restored. this is fantastic. So, can we call it a day then? Are we done? Well, for a very simple game, for example, if you just want to save a high score or something, then this kind of saving and loading could actually work just fine. But it's very likely not going to cut it. Now let's see why. So currently we only store a single piece of information, the player's position.
It's all these references to other nodes.
Our
I've got a
player also
million
has
different
help.
references going on in my build system. So base build component, blah, blah, blah. Base structure. Okay, that persists. For things like when I build here, it starts a structure, right? Unless I rebuild my build system to make it better for this specific scenario. But there's one structure and it has all of these connected, right? All of these components. All of these components have their own connections that they're connected to, and we need to store those references. Because when I deconstruct one of these, it needs to know, hey, we should be able to build here again. Although I am tempted to just, in a way, just rebuild my system, because I think the way I'm doing it is just wrong, how I'm building it. And I might be able to make it a lot better. Because if I do this, whoops. Okay, every thing has a connection, right? They have a connection type. If I just put one connection in the center that is of type foundation, then all of these types, if I place another foundation here, I could just say, hey, does it intersect? And if it does, disable this. That means if you put another one over here, it will create a connection here. But there's already a component here, disable it. But then, when you delete this, it goes away, and these re-enable. Now how I would do that is each connection would just have a disable boolean or something. So there's enabled. If accepts has component, set monitor true. Okay. Enabled equals true. Update current connections. Okay. Components.size is greater than 0. Enabled equals false. Current components. If I equals null, continue. Enabled equals false. Blip. But this could all go away. Same connection type as the component it lives on. This will prevent building multiple components on top of each other. Is disabler connection. We'll do that. So I could duplicate this. This accepts foundations. Where's my connection hitbox? Okay, that only does that. Okay. So, on connections. So, hitbox, connection hitbox dot area entered. We do merge and unmerge. If wait, we have var enabled. Okay, so if is disabler connection enabled equals false, we could do that. Merge connections. We're going to do this. Okay. None of this. We're going to do same is false for I in accepts. If c.accepts.has I, same goes true. If okay, if the connection, if we accept that connection, has I and c dot is disabler connection. we do update current connections, does this. Okay, let's see what breaks. I know I'm missing stuff, but this may make things way easier. Okay, I cannot build there, but I can build there. I can't build there. Goodness sakes, was it that easy? Now, obviously, when I do like wall, wait. How come I... This is unneeded. Set monitor, toggle connection previews. Okay, we have place component. We do connection dot enabled equals false. Okay. So are we turning those back on when we delete? I guess that's the question. Okay, now we deconstruct. Go back to foundation. Yes. Bro. We don't even need to save connections. Can't believe this. Because where are we doing all of this stuff? Oh, we're resetting that there. But we won't even need that. We won't even need that. I probably forgot to delete some stuff, but let's see what breaks. Okay. Oh, on the deconstruct. Let's do enabled, I guess. On these, enabled equals false. Connection. That re-enables it. Enabled equals false here. And then here we have merge connection, so no. Okay, if it's a hitbox, no, this is fine. Enabled. Or I guess I could do if is disabler connection return. Because we don't need these to do anything. But for these guys, if it merges, then we say, okay, he's a disabler. Area dot connection. If C dot is disabler connection, we gotta do if they are not a disabler connection, then we set same here. Okay, and if it leaves, if not C dot is disabler connection, we can return again. So every time that we unmerge, Monochroma, what's up? And Lunar. So I'm working on my save system, and it exposed some problems I have in my build system here. Okay, build there, I can't build here. Nice. Okay. Current build component is not or equals null return. Okay, right here. Dot type in. Has enough resources. Okay. Current focus connection equals null. Else we do this, place component. Current focus connection. Current components dot connection dot current components dot size. I don't think we need that. We also don't need this. Okay, we're gonna see what breaks. I'm about to do some stuff in Godot. Nice. Small level preview for a friend. Okay. This may simplify my base building a lot. Okay, something's gonna break. Okay, right there, current components. Don't need that anymore. We also don't really need structure, base structure. Children, we don't really need that. Connection, parent structure, we don't even need that. I don't even think we need this because this will automatically get disabled. Okay, let's see what breaks. This might simplify things like a crazy amount. Broke. First foundation equals self. We don't really need that. Structure. I guess let's keep we have first foundation and children. And structure. We just don't need that. We need the structure. Wait, we have connection dot parent. Okay, that's fine. We don't need these. Parent connection. Okay, let's try it again. Something else will break. That's fine. Apparently not. Nice. We have base structure, just one of them. One foundation. One foundation. One foundation. Sick. Do we even need structures? I don't think so. Like, we literally might not even need structures. This is adding a child. Parent node. We're going to do parent node. So comp.global transform is just going to be the snap. Let's see what breaks here. Yeah, I don't even think, like, structure is just not necessary. Especially not for what I'm building. Okay, placed it, broke. Okay, structure.children, okay. Here we have all of this, so we don't even need comp.structure. Whoops. We don't need the children. We don't need the connection. In deconstruct, this is in base build component. Get rid of all of that. Don't need that. Don't need that. This is in base builder. Okay. Base structure. That will not be there. Square foundation. All of our all of our base build components are going to be added to. Okay, we just deleted like a big group. Thanks for motivating me to get back to game dev in UE though. Hey, no problem. I have been heavily motivated recently, and streaming helps me stay motivated, which is nice. I like having other game developers in the chat. You know, goes both ways. So thank you for being here as well. Okay, so add to group persist sick. We've got that. We've got name, which we don't really need. We have our rotations. And we have return, save dictionary. Okay. Let's see what breaks, but instead we've just split it. We don't have structures anymore. I don't care about structures. They're annoying to work with, clearly, and I don't like my connection system anyway, and this is much better. We're going to have a lot of issues. Broke. Okay. DSB. Okay. Go like that. Stop it. We don't need this anymore. Where is this? Deconstruct structure. Okay. There's going to be a lot of stuff breaking, and then I do need to change like all of my components to have the disabling component on them. Deconstruct, break, sick, foundation, place, okay, save game, I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna go there, and then I'm going to load game, and it broke. Name, okay. Don't need that anymore. Load game, nice. And that works, and I can deconstruct these. I can save game. I can load game. Nice. Okay, so now when I build like a doorway, I can just keep building them here, of course. So what we're gonna do, first let's look up anything that has structure in it. All deprecated. Alessandra, what's up? How's it going? It's going good. Okay. No longer needed. Parent connection, no longer needed. This, no longer needed. This can be gone. This, and this, and this. Okay, that's good enough. Now we go to all of our connections here. We've got doorway, 3D. We have all these connections. These are all saying not disabler connection. So, what do? We do at its origin. This is a wall disable connection. Okay, so disable connection, yes. And it is a wall. We drag this down to transform 000. Perfect. I'm going to copy this. Save. Square ceiling. Okay, disable connection. This thing needs to be of type ceiling. And it is a disabler. Perfect. Foundation already has one. Wall-mounted foundation. Save that. That is at 0000. Perfect. Stairway. So this is a center connection. Triangle ceiling. Paste this. Disable connection of type triangle ceiling. Perfect. Triangle foundation. This is of type triangle foundation. Wall. Of type wall. Nice. Wood angled roof. This is of type angled roof connection. Wood angled wall. This is of type wall. Paste. This is of type wall. Perfect. Wood half wall, same thing. Just paste it in. Sweet. Wood window, same thing. Just paste it in. All of my components should work way better now. Okay, we can't accidentally build on top. But I can still build like that. Nice. Since we can build both of those, then what we need to do is on our square foundation, disabler connection, we need to add one. This one is going to be ceiling. Triangle ceiling, or our regular ceiling. Disable connection needs to also take foundation. Wall-mounted foundation should probably also take foundation and ceiling, because you shouldn't be able to put any foundations or ceilings there. Our triangle ceiling should probably take triangle foundation. Triangle foundation should probably take triangle ceiling. And honestly, foundation and ceiling as well. And my foundation and square ceiling should also take triangle foundation, triangle ceiling. This is so much better, I think. Triangle foundation, triangle ceiling. Because they should overlap, and then it will be like, hey, you can't place a triangle ceiling there, because normally you can like place a triangle foundation and then place a foundation here. But now it just automatically works where it doesn't. But you can still place them like that. Oh, it's so good. I can't believe I didn't do this like a long time ago. This makes my build system so much better. And I can save game. I can go here, I can go deconstruct all that, and then I can go load game. Boom, we're back. Yes. Now, there's ways that we can make this a lot better, because this obviously is not our finished. This is not our finished system. I don't want to have to do a save function on everything. There should probably be just a like persistent node or something that has the save. Like we could do a new script called position save, or general save. Something like this. Just so then we don't have to have this on everything, maybe? Well, how is our save and load working? We're going like this. Has method save. Oh, this would need... something like that. Yeah, I'm trying to think of so we have the save, but then like in our base build component, all we need is this. We want the position, rotation, all of that. But there are going to be other things where it's like fire pit. Let's open that up again. This is placeable. Interactable type toggle. Oh no, it needs to be placeable. Interactable type, we have this. Then we do a toggle. Handle action does the toggle. I see. So handle action just runs toggle. Okay. So handle action, in this case, we would have some sort of state. So then we would actually want to like save. Something like our toggled equals false. Actually, we'll just say true to start. Not toggled. Actually, we could do not toggle here. Then we do value. Here we do value. And here we do value. And here we do value. Add to hand effect. What we do here is we do toggle false. And then in our save, we can do toggled, and save that. Okay, let's play it and see what's up. Okay. Pick that up. Give myself some wood. Do a foundation here, foundation there. I save game. Load game. Boom. Fire turns straight back on. It's because toggled is true. Now I can't toggle it again. What happens when I throw that in the ready? Save toggled it. Fire pit, where is toggled? Toggled is false. So we should be running that. Toggled equals false. Emitting all of this should be false. Is this just happening a little bit too late. Let me add a quick timer. Okay, we're going to try this instead. We're going to have a little timer. Okay, load game. There we go. So it was just, I press E. Oh, not toggle. Okay. There we go. Do I just have something like this? Okay, let's try this again. Like handle load state or something that gets called after a brief amount of time. Because that's false, even though on the ready. Save game. Okay. Load game, and that turns back on. I think we... Yeah, we just need to figure out how to delay this correctly. Save and load does all this. Okay, we're doing here. Position, blah, 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 and then we're setting these. New object dot set. So position and rotation is one thing, but then we will need state. So we'll set all of these, and then maybe everything that has state will have like some sort of refresh. Some sort of refresh state. Saving, loading. Need a refresh state function or something for each savable object. It should basic stuff like position maybe in a save component. Then each script of each object that has extra state to save can have its own state function that refreshes in case the object doesn't load those variables fast enough. Like the toggled fire pit. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure because it's all getting saved. I mean, we can probably do something like that's there. Then we have refresh state there. Save and load. If new object dot, what is it? Has method. Has method. Okay, that's in quotes. Love that channel, short and straight to the point. Which one? This one here? There's also this one, and there's Godot is one that I've been watching. But I'm actually just kind of working off of the Godot docs now. Okay, let's do a load game. Nice, okay. So that does work. I would just need to find a consistent way of doing it. Like, should I just do refresh state? Because this will set all the stuff, but it seems to lag behind and then... Nice. Okay. On the player. We're going to go here. We're going to go to groups. We're going to say persist. Or actually... Yeah, let's do persist. We should break this into components, but Okay, let's see what happens here when we pull ourselves in. Mad Productions, okay. Okay, I'm gonna just do a save game. Run over here. Load game. And I'm back over here, okay. Run over here. Load game. Let me look this way, save game. Look this way, load game. Okay, it's still throwing me over there. That's because my head... Do I need to do rotate on the head? Let's see what breaks. Okay, we don't really need to move based on where the head is. We're just rotating the whole player. And everything else seems fine. Okay. Okay, now we can save game. Looking that way. I can go over here. Load game, and I'm back here. Nice. My inventory and stuff is not saved. Inventory. This is going to be persist. Or we have inventory here. Inventory here. Okay. I think what we can do is in our save. You can't save an array, right? Assumes no persist objects are children of other persist objects. Otherwise, invalid paths would be created. Yep. Objects and stages. Load parent objects first. Yep. You will also need a way to link children to parents, as the node path will likely be invalid. See, that's one of the weird things. Now we have this inventory here, which is exported there. So maybe we could save the inventory here. And then so that saves that, and then maybe I can then rewrite to it. Let me see what this is. Make sure this does what I think it does. 47. Okay, it goes all the way up. Nice. Assigns elements of another dictionary into the dictionary. Of the element at a given key. Okay. Gets a value, ensure the key is set. If the key exists. Can I add to I'm trying to see if I can add to this dictionary. set. Okay. Sets the value of the element and a given key to the given value. That's not going to save. This is an array. We have item slots. Does every item slot need to have a save? Really wish I could just save. I just need to save the item that's there. And the array. What happens if I do this? Save game. Okay, load game. Okay, pick up this. Save game. Go over here. Load game. Okay. So this is saving. Here's player. Inventory is inventory like the node. This is saving the whole array. I can't think right now, so I'm not gonna figure this out. This is fine though. Right now, at least we have that going. This guy is a fairly similar thing. Let's see here. So I can't just use the data the way I'm doing it here. So I would have to have some sort of like load function. Because like, oops. We have this, right? And at this point, we would need to do the item resource path. Save that. For things like inventory, might need to save item path or item resource path and quantity at each slot. This would apply to all inventory placeables as well. Need to keep track of their inventory path or item paths at indexes. Is exclusively contained within a scene. The value will be the pack scene's file path, followed by a unique identifier. Loadable loadable inventory. Can you do types dictionaries? It would just be a string. But we can't just do that. Because we need to know the Well, I mean, we could just use the key, each entry in the dictionary. Oh, we're also doing this. Need to change this also. It might be blowing away everything every time we load. Solid, what's up? Okay, we will figure that out later. Good, and you? I'm doing all right. Not too bad. We've been slowly figuring out at least a simple save system here. It's gonna take a while to really get the hang of this, though. But at least what I can do. Well, we made a ton of progress on the build system. That's huge. So the nice thing is I can set this up. Okay, these. Where'd that go? There we go. I'm just gonna put fireplaces in here because they look better. We need better lights. These little wall lights and stuff. We need them to be Omni lights. Okay. I can save game, load game, I'm back. Nice. It did delete all of my inventory because we're just gonna have to figure that out. Build system is nice, thanks. Yeah, I have it as a plugin, so anyone can use it if you use Godot. The thing is, I just changed it up like crazy and made it a lot better. So I'm gonna have to update my plugin. So if you want to use it, I'm going to try to update the plugin soon. By the way, we have an ad starting in 2 minutes. But if you want to keep up with it over in the YouTube chat, I just put our Discord. Oop, forgot you can't put foundations there anymore. But yeah, I've made a lot of changes to the build system. Ooh. Why can I not? Oh, I think the foundation's just. Yeah, it's too low. You have to do a ceiling here. Okay. These wood half walls are still kind of too. Yeah, they're too big. We need to have a better system, or I mean a better component like a quarter wall or something. Now I will build a simple myself some light. We can do a wall. Oh, what just happened? Was I just able to build a wall twice? Not sure. How come I can't place this? There we go. Why couldn't I place it before? Weird. There we go. Now he's sort of locked on. Save game. Okay. Load game. Everything's still here. Nice. Got a lot of fires because my lanterns. Save game. Exit. Let's go to my lights. Okay. Nice. Oh, you know what it is. I bet something is up with my with the fact that I changed it to my head. Point 2. Okay, let's see what's going on, because I changed it to where my whole body rotates. Alright, that's still good. Item detect, base builder, placeable snap. Spring arm. Huh, I'm not really sure. Snap.global rotation. I think that needs to just be player. I really hope that fixes it. Okay, we're gonna restart this. My internet went down. Hope I didn't miss anything. Oh, okay. No worries, brother. We're just trying to figure out why my... Okay. There we go. Placeable spring arm. We have ground check. Z, okay. That's ground check for placeables. So now we just need to, whoops. We have this weird thing where this this thing is, raycast is shooting off to the right. Global basis. If it's type wall, then it's global basis dot Z. That's in base builder, build ground check. And current tool is placeable, wall lantern. That is a type wall. Has it been rotated at all? No. Okay, when we do that, that goes up. When we go here, for some reason it goes to the right. Here it goes down. I guess let's do global basis.x and see what happens. Okay, .z again. Negative z. Now it's pointed some to the left. I guess what script are we in? We're in the player script. Okay, that goes that way. What if I just do basis.z? That goes to the right. Why are we... Why? By the way, thank you, Ty, for the follow. I appreciate it. Does each component of the build system use a draw call, or do you have a batching system? No, there's basically no performance stuff on it. So it's not scalable. Followed because you look like a YouTuber named Zuckles, but you do Devon. Okay. Don't know if I've heard, but thank you for the follow either way. Yeah, solid. I haven't done like any real performance stuff except for with like, there's a lot of monitors or area 3Ds that are monitoring, and I've done a little bit around with that, like making sure that's not too crazy. Why is this so weird? So what happens when I just start and don't load? Just grab that. Okay, still pointed to the right. Why? Type wall. Placeable spring arm is 180 degrees rotated. That's fine.